Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if shadows held séances of their own, and moonlight carried whispers from worlds beyond the veil of sleep? So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you drifting towards sleep's edge, let me know where in the world you're listening. These stories travel far on whispered winds. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. The mist clung to Blackwood Manor like a lover's embrace, soft and persistent, wrapping around the ivy-covered walls with the tenderness of centuries. In the late hours of October, when autumn's breath grew cold and the veil between worlds grew thin as gossamer, the manor stood sentinel against the English countryside, its Gothic spires piercing the star-drunk sky like fingers reaching for secrets only the moon could tell. The year was 1893, and the world balanced precariously between the gaslight and the electric bulb, between horse-drawn carriages and the first whispers of motor cars, between the rational mind of science and the persistent tug of the supernatural that refused to be dismissed by progress alone. In drawing rooms across London, mediums held court while philosophers debated the nature of consciousness, and somewhere between the two, truth flickered like candlelight in a draught. Blackwood Manor had witnessed 3 centuries of such flickering truths. Its stones remembered the plague years, the restoration of kings, the rise and fall of empires, and now, in this particular October night, it prepared to host another conversation between the living and the dead. The manor's windows glowed amber against the darkness, each pane a warm eye watching the mist roll across the grounds like a slow silver tide. Inside, the air carried the mingled scents of beeswax candles, aged leather, and the faint perfume of roses that had bloomed and died in the conservatory months ago, their essence somehow captured by the very walls, as if the house itself had learned to remember beauty. The floorboards, worn smooth by generations of footsteps, creaked their familiar songs beneath the feet of tonight's gathering, each footfall a note in a symphony that had been playing for centuries. The Victorian era had embraced the supernatural with the same enthusiasm it brought to steam engines and telegraphs. Spiritualism was not merely fashionable, it was necessary. A balm for souls wounded by industrialization, a bridge between the cold logic of modernity and the warm mysteries of the heart. In an age where science promised answers to everything, people still craved questions that science dared not ask. What happened to consciousness after death? Could love transcend the grave? Did the departed truly rest, or did they linger just beyond the reach of the living, waiting for someone to simply listen? Tonight, 7 souls had gathered in the manor's library to ask such questions. They came from different walks of life, united by loss, curiosity, or that peculiar Victorian fascination with the unknown that manifested in everything from Gothic novels to elaborate mourning jewellery made from the hair of the departed. The library itself seemed designed for such gatherings, its high ceilings lost in shadow, its walls lined with leather-bound volumes that held the collected wisdom and folly of ages past. At the centre of the room, a round table had been prepared with the precision of a ritual older than memory. 7 chairs surrounded it, their high backs casting long shadows in the candlelight. Upon the table's surface, which gleamed with the patina of countless gatherings, sat an arrangement that would have seemed curious to modern eyes but perfectly natural to these Victorian seekers. A crystal sphere that caught and held the light like captured starshine, a silver bell no larger than a child's fist, fresh white roses whose petals seemed to glow in the amber light, and candles arranged in a careful pattern that followed principles older than Christianity. The medium who would guide tonight's séance was a woman of perhaps 40 years, though her pale eyes held the depth of someone who had gazed too long into mysteries that aged the soul faster than time. Madame Evangeline Thorne carried herself with the quiet dignity of someone who had learned to walk between worlds without losing her footing in either. Her dark hair, streaked with premature silver, was arranged in the elaborate style favoured by women of her station, though there was nothing fashionable about the gravity with which she approached her calling. She had arrived at Blackwood Manor as the sun painted its last golden strokes across the October sky, carrying with her a worn leather satchel that contained the tools of her trade, crystals worn smooth by countless hands, candles blessed according to rites passed down through generations of women who understood that the veil between worlds was thinner than most people dared to believe, and a leather-bound journal filled with the names of the departed who had spoken through her over the years. Madame Thorne was not a charlatan, though London was full of them in those days. The rise of spiritualism had attracted both genuine mediums and clever performers who knew how to manipulate grief for profit. But those who sought her services quickly learned to distinguish between theatrical gestures and true communion with the beyond. She spoke little of herself, deflecting personal questions with the practiced ease of someone who had learned that her own story was less important than the stories of those who sought her help. What was known of her past could be written on a single page. Born in the Scottish Highlands to a family where the gift of sight ran in the bloodline like red hair, or the tendency toward consumption, she had manifested her abilities young, much to her family's distress. The Presbyterians of her village had little patience for what they deemed witchcraft, though they were quick enough to seek her counsel when their own prayers seemed to fall on deaf ears. She had come south to England in her 20s, drawn by London's growing spiritualist community, and had built a reputation based not on flashy demonstrations, but on quiet accuracy and profound compassion for those who grieved. Tonight's gathering included Lord Pemberton, a distinguished gentleman in his 60s whose wife had passed the previous spring, leaving him rattling around his London mansion like a lost soul in expensive clothes. His weathered hands, which had once guided England's foreign policy with steady confidence, now trembled slightly as he arranged his pocket watch and spectacles on the table before him, tokens of a rational world that had failed to prepare him for the magnitude of loss. Beside him sat Mrs. Cordelia Ashworth, a widow of modest means whose son had perished in one of the Empire's endless colonial skirmishes. She clutched a daguerreotype against her breast, the image of a young man in uniform whose smile seemed to flicker in the candlelight. Her grief had aged her beyond her years, carving lines around her eyes that spoke of too many nights spent wondering if she had said goodbye properly, if he had known how proud she was, if love could somehow reach across the vast distance between life and death. The third member of their circle was Dr. Edmund Blackwood himself, the current master of the manor and a physician by training. His presence lent the evening a certain gravitas, for he was known throughout the county as a man of science, rational and methodical in his approach to life's mysteries. Yet here he sat, his medical instruments replaced by hope and curiosity, drawn by the recent loss of his beloved sister Helena, who had succumbed to consumption despite all his medical knowledge and desperate treatments. Dr. Blackwood was a man caught between worlds, much like the age itself. His education had taught him to trust only what could be measured, weighed, and observed under controlled conditions. Yet his heart insisted that consciousness was more than mere electrical impulses in the brain, that love created bonds too strong for death to sever completely. The contradiction tormented him. A man of healing who could not heal the wounds left by mortality itself. The fourth participant was Miss Margaret Fairfax, a young woman of perhaps 25 whose delicate features and fashionable dress marked her as a member of London's educated middle class. She had lost her fiancé to typhoid fever mere weeks before their planned wedding, and the shock had left her suspended between grief and disbelief. Her friends whispered that she spoke to him still, carrying on conversations with empty air that left them wondering if sorrow had damaged her mind, or if she truly sensed his continued presence. Next to her sat the Reverend Thomas Hartwell, whose presence might have seemed incongruous at a séance, but who represented a not uncommon Victorian phenomenon, men of the cloth who found their faith expanded rather than threatened by spiritualism. The Reverend believed that God's creation was vast enough to encompass mysteries that human theology had yet to map, and he saw no contradiction between Christian faith and the possibility that the departed might communicate with the living. His weathered Bible lay open beside him, its margins filled with notes written in a careful hand that sought to reconcile scripture with experience. The sixth member of their circle was Mrs. Florence Nightingale, not the famous nurse, but a distant cousin who shared both the name and a dedication to easing suffering, though her methods were more unconventional. She had developed an interest in spiritualism through her work with the bereaved, having observed phenomena during her vigils with the dying that medical science could not adequately explain. Her notebooks, filled with careful observations of deathbed visions and mysterious occurrences, had brought her to Madame Thorne's attention. Finally, there was young Timothy Ashworth, Mrs. Cordelia's surviving son, barely 18 and struggling to understand a world that had claimed his brother while sparing him. He sat with the rigid posture of someone trying to appear older than his years, his eyes darting between the candles and his mother's face, torn between scepticism and desperate hope. The war that had taken his brother had also taken his innocence, leaving him to wonder if the universe operated according to any principle more sophisticated than random cruelty. As the grandfather clock in the corner chimed 11 times, its deep bronze voice rolling through the library like a warning that the night was advancing toward that mystical hour when the veil was said to be thinnest, Madame Thorne rose from her chair with fluid grace. The candlelight caught the silver threads in her hair, creating a brief aureole that made her appear, for just a moment, like a figure from a pre-Raphaelite painting. "My friends," she began, her voice carrying the soft authority of someone accustomed to guiding others through uncharted territories of the spirit. "We gather tonight not as strangers to death, but as students of life's greater mysteries. Each of you has been touched by loss, has felt the sharp edge of separation that cuts through the heart like winter wind through autumn leaves. Yet you are here because somewhere, in the deepest chambers of your hearts, you sense that death is not an ending but a transformation, not a wall but a doorway, not silence but a different kind of song." She moved slowly around the table, her fingers trailing along its polished surface with familiar intimacy. The library around them seemed to settle deeper into silence, as if the very walls were listening. The mist outside the windows had thickened, creating a cocoon of privacy that separated them from the ordinary world of carriages and commerce, of parliament and propriety, of all the solid, sensible things that suddenly seemed less substantial than smoke, when measured against the weight of longing that had brought them together. "The manor you sit in tonight has witnessed 3 centuries of such gatherings," Madame Thorne continued, her voice taking on the rhythmic cadence of someone who understood that words could be used not merely to convey information, but to alter consciousness itself. "These stones have absorbed the echoes of countless conversations between the living and the departed. The very air holds memories of voices that once spoke from throats now silent, of messages passed from one realm to another like letters carried by invisible postmen." Dr. Blackwood shifted in his chair, his scientific training warring with the poetry of her words. Yet even he could not deny that the atmosphere in the room had subtly changed, becoming somehow thicker, more expectant. The candle flames, which had been burning straight and steady, now wavered slightly, as if stirred by a breeze that touched nothing else. "I must speak plainly to you," Madame Thorne said, returning to her chair but not yet sitting. "What we attempt tonight is not a parlour game or an evening's entertainment. We seek to communicate with intelligences that exist beyond the boundaries of our physical world, beings who have laid aside the flesh but not the capacity for love, for concern, for the desire to offer comfort to those they have left behind. Such communication requires more than curiosity. It demands reverence, patience, and above all, genuine openness to possibilities that our rational minds are inclined to dismiss." Lord Pemberton cleared his throat, a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the expectant hush. "Madame Thorne," he said, his voice carrying the measured tones of a man accustomed to diplomatic precision, "I confess that my presence here represents something of a crisis of faith. I have spent my life dealing in facts, in treaties and protocols, in the concrete machinery of empire. Yet since my dear wife's passing, I find myself adrift in waters I do not recognize, seeking answers in places I would never have thought to look." The medium nodded with understanding, her pale eyes reflecting the candlelight with an intensity that suggested she saw more than was visible to ordinary sight. "Grief has a way of opening doors in our perception that rational thought keeps firmly locked," she replied. "The loss of someone we love creates a wound in the fabric of our reality, a place where the impossible suddenly seems not only possible but necessary. Your wife, Lord Pemberton, was the anchor that held your world in place. Without her you find yourself drifting, yes, but perhaps drifting toward truths that were always there, waiting for your heart to become desperate enough to see them." Mrs. Ashworth pressed the daguerreotype more tightly against her breast, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "My boy," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the soft hiss of the candles. "My William. He was so young, so full of life and laughter. The telegram said he died bravely, fighting for Queen and Empire, but I need to know if he understood how much I loved him, if he forgives me for letting him go to war, if he—" Her voice broke, the weight of maternal grief too heavy for words to carry. Miss Fairfax reached across the table to touch the older woman's hand, her own face pale with shared pain. "I understand," she said softly. "The questions that come in the dark hours, when sleep refuses to visit and the house is too quiet. Did he know? Does he know? Is love strong enough to bridge the gap between here and wherever there is?" The Reverend Hartwell opened his worn Bible, his fingers finding a familiar passage without conscious thought. "I have always believed," he said, his voice carrying the practiced comfort of countless funeral sermons, "that love is indeed the strongest force in creation. Scripture tells us that God is love, and if that is true, then love cannot be constrained by death, which is merely another of God's creations. What we call the afterlife may simply be love's true home, the place where it exists without the limitations imposed by flesh and time." Young Timothy shifted uncomfortably, his youth making him impatient with philosophy when his heart craved certainty. "But how can we know?" he demanded, his voice cracking slightly with emotion and the residual unpredictability of adolescence. "How can we know if it's real or just our own wishful thinking dressed up in shadows and candle smoke?" Dr. Blackwood leaned forward, his medical training making him appreciate the young man's demand for evidence. "That is precisely the question that haunts me," he admitted. "As a physician, I have witnessed death countless times. I have watched the light fade from eyes that once sparkled with intelligence, have felt the moment when the pulse stills and breath ceases. From a purely physical standpoint, death appears to be exactly what it seems: the end of biological function, the cessation of consciousness, the final dissolution of the self. And yet—" he paused, his fingers drumming against the table's surface in a rhythm that matched his troubled thoughts. "And yet, I have also witnessed phenomena that medical science struggles to explain. Patients who speak with deceased relatives in their final moments, reporting conversations that seem far too vivid and specific to be mere hallucinations. Individuals who possess knowledge they could not have obtained through normal means, who describe scenes from their past with perfect accuracy, while their brains show signs of severe deterioration. The dying who speak of deceased loved ones coming to escort them, who demonstrate a peace and certainty that seems to transcend the physical process of death itself." Mrs. Florence Nightingale nodded vigorously, her notebooks rustling as she shifted in her chair. "I have documented similar observations," she said, her voice carrying the authority of careful study. "In my work with the bereaved, I have encountered too many accounts of what can only be described as communications from the departed to dismiss them all as wishful thinking or grief-induced delusion. Letters found in locked drawers that contain messages no living person could have written. Objects moved to significant locations with no possible explanation. Dreams that prove to be more than dreams, that convey information or comfort that changes the course of a life." Madame Thorne listened to each voice with patient attention, her expression serene but alert, like someone accustomed to gathering the scattered pieces of hope and weaving them into something strong enough to bear the weight of human longing. When the last voice had faded into the expectant silence, she finally seated herself at the table, her hands folded quietly before her. Your questions honour the complexity of what we seek to understand, she said, her voice taking on the deeper resonance of someone preparing to guide others into unknown territory. Science and faith, reason and intuition, fact and hope, these need not be enemies. Indeed, the greatest discoveries often occur at the boundaries where different ways of knowing meet and mingle. Tonight, we will attempt to create such a boundary, a place where the seen and unseen worlds can touch, where messages can pass between the departed and those who still love them. She reached into her leather satchel and withdrew a small silver bell, its surface engraved with symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the candlelight. The bell itself was ancient, its metal worn smooth by countless hands, its voice rich with overtones that seemed to resonate not just in the air, but in the very bones of those who heard it. This bell has been in my family for 7 generations, she explained, cradling it with reverent care. Each woman who held it before me added her own understanding to its power, her own connection to the world beyond the veil. It has called to spirits across centuries, has served as a bridge between worlds that exist side by side but rarely speak to one another. Tonight, its voice will help us create the conditions necessary for such communication. The crystal sphere at the table's centre seemed to pulse with inner light, though logic insisted it was merely reflecting the candle flames that surrounded it. Yet as Madame Thorne placed her hands around its smooth surface without quite touching it, the light within appeared to deepen, to take on colours that had no names in any earthly spectrum. "I must prepare you for what may come," she continued, her voice growing softer but somehow more penetrating, as if she were speaking directly to some deeper part of their consciousness. Communication with the departed is not like conversation with the living. The messages that come through often arrive in fragments, in images that must be interpreted, in emotions that wash over us like waves from an invisible ocean. The departed speak through the language of the heart more than the mind, through symbols and sensations rather than words. They may use memories we share with them, significant dates or objects, scents or sounds that hold meaning in life. Lord Pemberton adjusted his spectacles, his hands trembling slightly with what might have been age or anticipation. My wife, Constance, she had a particular fondness for lavender. Our garden at the country estate was renowned for its lavender walks. She would spend hours there in the evening, and I would find her sometimes, sitting among the purple spikes, looking so peaceful that I hardly dared disturb her. The scent of lavender still... He stopped, unable to finish the sentence, but the others understood. Scent was memory made tangible, love preserved in the chemistry of recognition. Such connections are precisely what the departed used to announce their presence, Madame Thorne assured him. They communicate through the vocabulary of shared experience, through the moments that bound you together in life. Your Constance may indeed speak to us through lavender's sweet perfume, through the memory of evening walks and quiet companionship. The medium rose again, moving with purpose now toward the windows that looked out over the manor's grounds. The mist had grown thicker still, transforming the familiar landscape into something from a fairy tale, where ordinary trees became mysterious sentinels and the garden paths disappeared into realms of possibility. She drew the heavy curtains closed with ceremonial deliberation, sealing them off from the external world and creating an inner space where different laws might apply. "We must eliminate distractions," she explained, her voice taking on the instructional tone of someone who understood that successful spirit communication required specific conditions. The departed exist at a different vibrational frequency than the living. To hear their voices, we must quiet the noise of our ordinary consciousness and must create an inner silence deep enough for their whispers to be heard. She returned to the table and began arranging the candles in a more precise pattern, each flame placed according to principles that seemed to imbue the arrangement with significance beyond mere illumination. The roses, already beautiful in the amber light, seemed to glow more brightly as she whispered words over them, in a language that sounded like Gaelic but older, more primal, as if it had been spoken when the world was younger and the boundaries between realms more permeable. "I ask each of you to place a personal object upon the table," she instructed, something that belonged to the one you hope to contact, or something that carries strong emotional significance to your relationship with them. These objects will serve as focal points, as tangible links between your world and theirs. Lord Pemberton withdrew a delicate lace handkerchief from his vest pocket. Its edges yellowed with age, but its pattern still clear. "This was Constance's," he said quietly. "She embroidered it herself when we were courting. She carried it on our wedding day." His voice caught slightly as he placed it reverently on the table's surface. Mrs. Ashworth set her daguerreotype beside the handkerchief, angling it so that her son's young face caught the candlelight. The silver surface seemed to make his features more vivid, more present, as if the image were a window rather than a mere representation. Miss Fairfax contributed a gentleman's gold pocket watch, its chain pooling around its case like liquid metal. "Charles gave this to me for safekeeping the night before he fell ill," she explained. "He said he wanted me to have something that had felt the beating of his heart." Dr. Blackwood placed a small leather-bound journal on the table, its pages filled with pressed flowers and careful notes written in a feminine hand. "Helena's botanical diary," he said simply. "She recorded every plant in our conservatory, every flower in our garden. She said that cataloguing beauty was a form of prayer." The Reverend Hartwell added a small silver cross, worn smooth by decades of handling. "This belonged to my mother," he said. "She held it during her final illness, and I felt her presence so strongly in the days after her passing that I could hardly believe she was truly gone." Mrs. Florence Nightingale placed a simple brass locket on the table, its surface engraved with the child's initials. "My daughter," she said softly. "Taken by scarlet fever when she was only 7. This contains a lock of her hair, a piece of her that remains in this world." Young Timothy hesitated, then pulled a military button from his pocket, its brass surface tarnished with age. "From William's uniform," he said, his voice barely audible. "The only thing they sent back to us." As each object took its place on the table, the very air in the room seemed to thicken with significance. The candlelight played across the accumulated tokens of love and loss, creating shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources, patterns that hinted at presences just beyond the edge of sight. Madame Thorne surveyed the assembled objects with satisfaction, her pale eyes reflecting depths that seemed to extend far beyond the physical boundaries of the room. "Excellent," she murmured. "Each of these items carries an imprint, an emotional resonance that the departed can perceive and use as a pathway back to those they love. Now we must prepare ourselves to receive whatever messages may come." She lifted the silver bell, its ancient surface catching the light like captured starshine. "When I ring this bell 3 times, we will begin. I ask that you join hands, creating an unbroken circle of connection. This circle represents unity, protection, and shared intention. Whatever we encounter tonight, we encounter together, as a community of seekers bound by love and loss." The 7 participants reached across the table, their fingers intertwining in a chain of human connection that seemed to pulse with shared emotion. Lord Pemberton's weathered hand clasped Mrs. Ashworth's trembling fingers. She in turn held Miss Fairfax's pale hand, which connected to Dr. Blackwood's steady physician's grip. The circle continued through the Reverend's calloused palm to Mrs. Nightingale's gentle clasp, then to young Timothy's uncertain grasp, and finally back to Madame Thorne's surprisingly warm touch. The medium closed her eyes, her breathing deepening into a rhythm that seemed to match the distant pulse of the universe itself. The others found themselves unconsciously synchronizing with her breath, their individual consciousness beginning to merge into something larger, more receptive, more open to possibilities that daylight logic would dismiss as impossible. "I call upon the guardians of the threshold," Madame Thorne intoned, her voice taking on harmonics that seemed to resonate from somewhere deeper than her throat. "I ask for protection and guidance as we seek to commune with those who have crossed the bridge between worlds. Let no harm come to these seekers, and let no deception cloud the messages we receive. We come in love, seeking love, offering love as our protection and our gift." The first chime of the silver bell rang out, its pure tone seeming to hang in the air longer than physics would suggest possible. The sound seemed to penetrate not just their ears but their very souls. creating a resonance that aligned their heartbeats, their breathing, their consciousness itself. The second chime followed, deeper somehow, richer, as if the bell were drawing power from sources beyond its physical structure. The candle flames wavered in unison, bending toward the centre of the table as if drawn by an invisible force. The third chime seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, filling the room with harmonics that transformed the familiar library into something altogether different, a space where the ordinary rules of existence held less sway, where consciousness could expand beyond the boundaries of individual skulls and touch the infinite mystery that surrounded all life. In the silence that followed, something changed. The air itself seemed to thicken, to become more substantial, as if filled with presences that existed just beyond the range of normal sight. The temperature dropped several degrees, though not unpleasantly. It was the coolness of autumn evenings, of mist-wrapped gardens, of spaces where eternity pressed close against the fragile boundaries of time. Mrs. Ashworth gasped softly, her eyes widening as the scent of pipe tobacco filled the air around her. Not the ordinary tobacco that gentlemen smoked in London clubs, but the particular blend that her son William had favoured, sweet and woody with hints of cherry that he had special ordered from a tobacconist in Yorkshire. "Do you smell that?" she whispered, her voice trembling with hope and fear in equal measure. Lord Pemberton's eyes filled with tears as the unmistakable fragrance of lavender began to weave through the tobacco smoke, not the artificial scent of perfumes or soaps, but the green, living smell of lavender fresh from the garden, as if someone had just walked in from an evening stroll among the purple spiked borders of a country estate. The crystal sphere at the table's centre began to glow more brightly, its inner light shifting and swirling like aurora captured in glass. Within its depths, shadows moved, not the random patterns of reflected candlelight, but shapes with purpose, with intention, as if intelligences were stirring in dimensions that existed parallel to their own. Madame Thorne's breathing deepened further, her consciousness sliding into the trance state that allowed her to serve as a bridge between worlds. Her voice, when it came, carried overtones that had not been there moments before, harmonics that suggested multiple sources speaking through a single throat. "They are here," she said, though the words seemed to come from somewhere far deeper than her lungs. "They come drawn by love, by the pull of hearts that refuse to let go, by bonds that death has stretched but not broken. They speak now through the language of memory, through signs and symbols, through the vocabulary of shared experience." The handkerchief on the table stirred slightly, though no breeze moved through the sealed room. The daguerreotype seemed to shimmer, its silver surface reflecting light that came from no visible source. The pocket watch began to tick audibly, though Miss Fairfax was certain it had stopped working months ago. Young Timothy stared at his brother's military button, watching in amazement as it grew warm against the table's surface, warm as if it had just been removed from a living body, warm with the heat of life and love and all the things that death was supposed to end but somehow hadn't. Dr. Blackwood's scientific mind reeled as he watched his sister's botanical journal open of its own accord, its pages fluttering as if turned by invisible fingers seeking a particular entry. The pages settled on a pressed violet, its purple petals still vibrant despite months of preservation, and suddenly the room filled with the green scent of conservatory earth and growing things, the humid perfume of life flourishing under glass. Miss Fairfax's breath caught in her throat as Charles's pocket watch not only resumed its ticking, but began to chime a melody she recognised, the waltz they had danced to at their engagement party, a tune that had been their secret language of love, hummed between them during quiet moments when words seemed too small to contain what they felt. The Reverend Hartwell felt his mother's silver cross grow warm in his palm, and with that warmth came a sensation he had not experienced since childhood. The feeling of being held, of being completely safe and unconditionally loved, as if invisible arms had wrapped around his shoulders with the tender strength that only a mother's embrace could provide. Mrs. Florence Nightingale gasped as her daughter's locket sprang open without being touched, revealing the tiny curl of auburn hair within, and suddenly she could hear it, the sound she had thought lost forever, her daughter's laughter, bright and crystalline as church bells on a clear morning, filling the room with joy so pure it made tears spring to her eyes. Madame Thorne's consciousness expanded, stretching across the boundaries that separated the living from the departed, and through her heightened awareness, she began to perceive the shapes of those who had gathered in response to their call. They stood at the edges of perception, translucent figures whose features became clearer as the medium's trance deepened, their forms woven from moonlight and memory, love and longing. "William is here," she said, her voice carrying harmonics that seemed to come from beyond her throat. He stands behind his mother, his hand upon her shoulder. He wears his uniform, but it is clean, unmarked by the violence that claimed him. He wants her to know. He wants her to know that he felt no pain at the end, that his last thought was of home, of her hands braiding ribbons in his hair when he was small. Mrs. Ashworth sobbed openly now, her carefully maintained composure crumbling in the face of such specific, intimate knowledge. "He used to hate having his hair braided," she whispered through her tears. "I would chase him around the nursery and he would protest that it was too girlish, but he would sit still for me in the end, patient as a saint while I worked the ribbons through his curls." "He shows me a letter," Madame Thorne continued, her eyes closed but somehow still seeing with perfect clarity. "A letter he began writing to you but never finished. It spoke of his hope to return for Christmas, of his plans to help with the church pageant as he had done as a boy. He wants you to know that love completes all unfinished letters, that every word he could not write was written instead upon his heart." Young Timothy gripped his mother's hand more tightly, his scepticism dissolving in the face of details no stranger could have known. Ask him if he forgives me," he said, his voice cracking with emotion. "I was supposed to go with him. We were supposed to serve together, but Father said one son was enough to give to the Empire, and I let him go alone." The medium's face grew peaceful, serene, as if she were listening to voices that brought comfort rather than sorrow. "He says there is nothing to forgive because there was never anything to blame. He says that surviving carries its own burdens, its own service to render. He shows me carrying forward something he began, something important, though I cannot see its nature clearly." The candle flames stretched higher, their light growing brighter without consuming more wax, as if the very air were feeding them with substances drawn from realms where different laws of physics applied. The crystal sphere pulsed with inner illumination that revealed glimpses of other faces, other forms gathering at the edges of the visible world. "Constance approaches," Madame Thorne announced, her voice softening with infinite tenderness. "She moves like moonlight across water, graceful and serene. Lord Pemberton, she brings with her the scent of your garden in June, when the roses bloom so profusely that their perfume filled every room in the house." Lord Pemberton's weathered features crumpled with emotion, as the air around him filled with the exact fragrance of his wife's prized rose garden. Not just the generic sweetness of roses, but the specific blend of varieties she had cultivated over decades of careful tending. The deep crimson of her beloved Mr. Lincoln roses, the delicate blush of her prized Eden climbers, the buttery gold of her Graham Thomas shrubs. "She says—" Madame Thorne paused, tilting her head as if listening to words spoken in a whisper only she could hear. "She says that death is like stepping from one room into another, larger room. The door between rooms never closes completely for those who love deeply. She has been watching over you, concerned by your isolation, your refusal to tend the garden that brought her such joy." "I couldn't bear to see it," Lord Pemberton admitted, his voice raw with grief. "Every bloom reminded me of her absence. Every pathway echoed with her footsteps. I had the gardeners cover everything with straw, as if winter could be made permanent." "She asks you to uncover the roses come spring," the medium translated, her face glowing with reflected joy. "She says that in tending what she loved, you tend the part of her that remains rooted in this world." Love is not preserved by avoiding what reminds us of loss, but by caring for what reminds us of joy. The room grew warmer, filled with a presence so loving and protective that even the most sceptical among them could not deny its reality. The ivy outside the windows rustled without wind, and somewhere in the manor's depths, a grandfather clock that had not worked in years began to chime midnight with resonant bronze notes that seemed to announce not an ending, but a beginning. Dr. Blackwood felt his sister's presence before Madame Thorne spoke her name, a familiar flutter of energy that reminded him of Helena's habit of moving through rooms like a dancer, her skirts rustling, her hands always reaching towards something beautiful, a flower to arrange, a book to read, a face to touch with gentle affection. Helena draws near, the medium confirmed, her voice taking on the musical quality that had characterized the doctor's sister in life. She carries armfuls of flowers from gardens that exist beyond seasonal change, where spring is eternal and beauty never fades. She wants her brother to know that she does not regret the life that was, but celebrates the life that is. Death has not diminished her. It has freed her to become more fully herself. The botanical journal on the table fluttered again, its pages turning to reveal a watercolour sketch Helena had made of the manor's conservatory in full bloom. The painting seemed to glow with inner light, the colours more vivid than any earthly pigments could achieve, as if the flowers existed in dimensions where beauty had no limitations. "She shows me the conservatory as it could be," Madame Thorne continued, her voice filled with wonder. "Not just restored, but transformed into something magnificent. A place where rare and beautiful plants from around the world could flourish under glass skies. She says this is her gift to you, the vision of creation continuing, of life expressing itself in forms so beautiful they become prayers made visible." Dr. Blackwood wept openly, his medical training providing no defence against the overwhelming recognition of his sister's essential nature, her gift for seeing potential where others saw only problems, beauty where others saw only work. "She always said the conservatory could be expanded," he whispered. "She had drawings, plans for making it 3 times its current size, for creating specialised environments for orchids, for tropical plants, for species that had never been successfully cultivated in England. She says the plans still exist, tucked away in the 3rd drawer of her writing desk, beneath the poetry she never showed anyone," the medium revealed. "She asks that you not build this garden as a monument to the dead, but as a celebration of the living, a place where others can come to remember that beauty is the universe's most persistent argument for hope." Miss Fairfax trembled as the pocket watch in her hands grew warm, its melody shifting to a new tune. Not their waltz now, but a lullaby Charles had hummed during their quiet evenings together. A simple melody he claimed his mother had sung to him as a child. The music seemed to fill the room with invisible harmonies, as if an entire choir of voices joined in the familiar refrain. "Charles stands beside you," Madame Thorne announced, her voice gentle with compassion. "He appears as he did in life, but without the ravages of illness, healthy and whole and radiant with peace. He wants you to know that love does not end with death. It simply changes form, becomes less visible, but not less real, like a river that disappears underground but continues flowing toward the sea." "I have been so angry," Miss Fairfax confessed, her voice breaking with the weight of months of suppressed emotion. "Angry at God, at fate, at the unfairness of a world that would take him when we had so little time together. I felt like half a person, like something essential was torn away and could never be replaced." "He says that anger is love with nowhere to go," the medium replied, her face softening with infinite understanding. "He says that your love for him has not disappeared but has been transformed into something larger, a capacity for compassion that will touch many lives, a tenderness that will heal wounds you cannot yet imagine. He shows me a school, children learning, your hands guiding their growth as a garden guides flowers toward the light." The vision seemed to shimmer in the air above the table, translucent but unmistakably real, Miss Fairfax standing before a classroom of eager young faces, her grief transformed into wisdom, her loss become a source of strength that would nurture generations of students who would never know how their teacher's capacity for love had been forged in the crucible of sorrow. The Reverend Hartwell felt his mother's presence surround him like a warm shawl, accompanied by the scent of bread baking and herbs drying, all the homely comforts that had made his childhood parsonage a haven of love and faith. His mother had been a simple woman who never travelled more than 20 miles from the village where she was born, but her understanding of divine love had been vast as the ocean, deep as the roots of ancient oaks. "Your mother speaks," Madame Thorne said, her voice taking on the warm authority of someone accustomed to offering comfort to troubled souls. "She says that faith is not a destination but a journey, not a possession but a relationship. She is proud of your willingness to seek truth in unexpected places, to expand your understanding of God's infinite creation beyond the boundaries that human theology sometimes imposes." "I have questioned so much," the Reverend admitted, his voice heavy with the weight of spiritual struggle, "sitting in my study late at night, wondering if my certainties were built on sand, if my calling was genuine or merely the inheritance of expectations. The war, the senseless deaths, the prayers that seem to fall into silence. I have wondered if God truly hears us, or if we speak only to echoes of our own hope. She shows me a garden," the medium continued, her voice filled with gentle revelation. "A garden where many different flowers bloom side by side, each beautiful in its own way, each necessary to the whole. She says that truth is like that garden, vast enough to contain apparent contradictions, deep enough to nourish many different ways of seeking the divine. Your questions have not weakened your faith but strengthened it, made it flexible enough to bend without breaking, wide enough to embrace mysteries that rigid certainty cannot contain." Mrs. Florence Nightingale gasped as her daughter's laughter filled the room again, but this time accompanied by other children's voices, a chorus of young spirits who seemed to dance at the edges of perception, their forms woven from starlight and joy, their presence a testament to love's ability to transcend every boundary that mortality could impose. "Emma comes with companions," Madame Thorne announced, her voice bright with wonder. "Children who crossed over young, but who continue to grow in dimensions where growth is not measured by years, but by the expansion of love itself. She wants you to know that she has never been alone, that death is not a cold silence but a warm gathering, a reunion with every soul who ever loved purely." "I have carried such guilt," Mrs. Nightingale whispered, her notebooks forgotten as she reached toward air that seemed suddenly thick with invisible presence. "I was a healer, someone who was supposed to preserve life, and I could not save my own child. I have wondered if my work with the bereaved was simply an attempt to heal my own wounds, to find meaning in loss by helping others bear their burdens. She says that your work is sacred because it is born from love, not despite your loss, but because of it," the medium translated, her face radiant with reflected joy. She shows me the faces of all those you have comforted, the mourning mothers you have held, the grieving fathers you have counselled. Your daughter's life was brief in earthly terms, but through your work, her love has touched hundreds of lives, has eased countless hours of sorrow, has lit candles of hope in hearts that had nearly surrendered to despair." The crystal sphere at the table's centre now blazed with light that seemed to come from within its structure, revealing not reflections but visions, glimpses of lives transformed by love, of purposes discovered through loss, of beauty arising from ashes like flowers pushing through spring snow. Each person around the table saw their own future unfolding, not as destiny but as possibility, not as fate but as invitation. Young Timothy watched in amazement as his brother's military button rose slightly from the table's surface, hovering for a moment in defiance of gravity before settling gently back down. The metal had grown so warm it seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, and suddenly he understood that William was not gone but transformed, not lost but found in a different way of being. William says that courage is not the absence of fear but the decision to act despite fear, Madame Thorne said, her voice carrying the ring of absolute truth. He says that your survival was not an accident but a responsibility, not luck but purpose. You are called to carry forward not just his memory, but his mission, to stand for those who cannot stand for themselves, to speak for those who have been silenced, to love where hatred seeks to take root. The young man felt something shift inside his chest, a loosening of the knot of guilt and confusion that had twisted his heart since his brother's death. For the first time in months he could breathe fully, could see beyond the immediate horizon of his grief to possibilities that stretched into a future filled with purpose rather than emptiness. He shows me you in uniform, the medium continued, but not the uniform of war, the uniform of service, a police constable's blue, perhaps, or a teacher's academic robes, or the simple clothes of someone who works with orphans and outcasts. He says that there are many ways to serve the cause of justice, many forms of courage that do not require battlefields. As the visions continue to unfold, each spirit offering guidance and comfort tailored to the specific needs of their loved ones, the room itself seemed to expand beyond its physical boundaries. The walls became translucent, revealing glimpses of the larger reality that contained their small gathering. A universe where love was the fundamental force, where consciousness persisted beyond the dissolution of flesh, where every act of kindness rippled outward through dimensions of being that human understanding had barely begun to map. The manor around them hummed with presence now, every stone and timber vibrating with the accumulated love of centuries, every shadow dancing with the forms of those who had once walked these halls and who, in some essential way, walked them still. The boundary between the living and the dead had not disappeared, but had become permeable, allowing communication to flow like water through silk, natural and inevitable and healing. Madame Thorne felt the trance beginning to shift, the connection slowly fading as the spirits prepared to return to their own realm of existence. But before they departed, they had one final message to deliver, a gift that would transform the lives of everyone present, not through dramatic revelation, but through the quiet certainty that love truly was stronger than death. "They speak together now," she announced, her voice carrying harmonics from beyond the physical world. All the beloved departed, united in a single message. They say that tonight was not an ending but a beginning, not a farewell but a deeper hello. The love that brought you together around this table has created bonds that will endure beyond time, connections that will support and sustain you through whatever challenges lie ahead. The candles around the room began to burn more brightly, their flames stretching toward the ceiling as if reaching for stars invisible beyond the manor's roof. The crystal sphere pulsed one final time with blinding radiance, then slowly faded to its ordinary translucence, though somehow it seemed to retain an inner glow that would never entirely disappear. "They ask you to remember," Madame Thorne continued, her voice growing softer as the connection attenuated, "that death is not a wall but a doorway, not an ending but a transformation. Love adapts to any circumstances, finds ways to flow around every obstacle, persists through every separation. What you have shared tonight, this communion of hearts across the boundary between worlds, this is always possible for those who love deeply enough to believe in connection beyond the reach of physical sight." One by one, the personal objects on the table grew cool again, settling back into their ordinary existence as mere matter, though each now carried an additional weight of significance that would transform them from simple keepsakes into tangible proof that love could indeed bridge any gap that existence might create. The scents that had filled the room, lavender and tobacco, roses and earth, herbs and baking bread, began to fade, but slowly, gently, like the last notes of a beautiful song disappearing into silence that somehow contained their echo forever. As the medium's breathing returned to normal rhythms and her consciousness settled back into ordinary awareness, the 7 participants found themselves still holding hands around the table, their circle unbroken, their hearts forever changed by what they had witnessed and experienced. The grandfather clock in the corner chimed once, marking the half-hour past midnight, and somehow that single note contained more music than entire symphonies, more meaning than libraries of philosophy, more comfort than any words could ever provide. They sat in peaceful silence for long minutes, each processing in their own way the profound gift they had received, not just communication with their departed loved ones, but the absolute certainty that love was indeed the strongest force in creation, capable of transcending every boundary that mortality could impose. Outside, the mist was beginning to lift, revealing glimpses of stars that seemed to pulse with gentle recognition, as if the entire universe were quietly celebrating this small but significant victory of love over loss, of connection over separation, of hope over despair. The séance at Blackwood Manor was ending, but its effects would ripple outward through the years to come, transforming grief into purpose, loss into wisdom, separation into a different kind of closeness that could never again be broken by something as temporary as death. The silence that followed was not empty, but full, pregnant with the kind of peace that comes only after profound truth has been spoken and received. Each person around the table felt fundamentally changed, as if the very molecules of their being had been rearranged by contact with something infinitely larger and more loving than they had dared to hope existed. Madame Thorne opened her eyes slowly, her pale irises seeming to hold depths that reflected not just candlelight, but starlight, as if she had gazed into cosmic distances and brought back something of their vast serenity. Her breathing, which had been deep and rhythmic during the trance, gradually returned to normal cadences, though something in her expression suggested that normal would never again mean quite the same thing. "The connection fades," she said softly, her voice carrying the gentle melancholy of someone watching beloved friends depart on a long journey. "But it does not break. What has been established tonight cannot be undone by time or distance or even death itself. You have touched the eternal, and it has touched you in return." Lord Pemberton was the first to release his hold on his neighbour's hands, though he did so reluctantly, as if the physical contact with others had become a lifeline he was hesitant to abandon. His weathered fingers trembled slightly as he reached for his wife's lace handkerchief, lifting it to his face and breathing deeply of its familiar lavender scent, a fragrance that now carried additional layers of meaning, additional promise. "I can feel her," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder rather than sorrow. "Not as a memory or a wish, but as a presence. She is here, in this handkerchief, in the roses she loved, in every garden that blooms because someone tends it with love. Death has not taken her. It has simply given her a different way of being present." The old diplomat, who had spent his career navigating the complex realities of international relations, who understood better than most how fragile the bonds between nations could be, suddenly grasped with perfect clarity that the bonds between souls were of an entirely different order of magnitude. They could be stretched across vast distances, tested by circumstances that would shatter lesser connections, but they could not be broken by anything as temporary as the dissolution of flesh. Mrs. Ashworth held her son's daguerreotype against her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks, but they were tears of relief rather than grief. For months she had carried the crushing weight of unanswered questions, the terrible uncertainty that comes when love has no way to express itself, no assurance that its object still exists somewhere in the vast cosmos. Now she knew with absolute certainty that William continued, that their connection endured, that love had indeed proved stronger than whatever force had claimed his physical form. "He forgives me," she said, her voice breaking with gratitude. "But more than that, he helps me see that there was never anything to forgive. I let him go because I loved him, because I understood that some purposes are larger than personal safety, some callings more important than the desire to keep our children close and protected. He chose his path, and my love gave him the strength to walk it with courage." Young Timothy, still gripping his brother's military button, felt the last traces of the guilt that had poisoned his heart, dissolving like frost in morning sunlight. William's words about courage, that it was not the absence of fear but the decision to act despite fear, reverberated through his consciousness, opening possibilities he had never considered. His survival was not an accident to be regretted, but a responsibility to be embraced, a chance to carry forward something valuable that might otherwise be lost. I want to be a teacher, he said suddenly, the words emerging from some deep place within himself that he had never accessed before. Not in a grand school for wealthy boys, but in the villages where children work in factories instead of attending classes, where knowledge is a luxury they cannot afford. William always said that education was the best weapon against ignorance and injustice. I could be that weapon. The vision his brother had shown him through Madame Thorne's mediumship suddenly made perfect sense. The uniform he would wear would not be military but academic, not designed for warfare, but for the equally important battle against ignorance and despair. He would teach reading and writing to children who had never imagined such skills were meant for them, arithmetic to boys who thought numbers were only for counting coins, history to girls who had never been told that they too were part of the great human story. Miss Fairfax clasped Charles's pocket watch more tightly, feeling its renewed ticking like a heartbeat against her palm. The melody it had played, their waltz, then the lullaby, still echoed in her memory, creating a soundtrack for the transformed understanding of her relationship with the man she had loved and lost. Death had not ended their connection, but had revealed its true nature. Not possession, but partnership. Not ownership, but collaboration in service of something larger than either of them alone. A school, she murmured, her voice filled with growing excitement as the vision Charles had shared began to take concrete shape in her mind. A school for children who have lost parents, who need not just education but understanding of grief, who require teachers who know what loss feels like and how it can be transformed into compassion. I could create such a place, could use what I have learned about sorrow to help others find their way through it to wisdom. The idea blossomed in her imagination like flowers opening to sunlight. She envisioned a place where bereaved children could learn not just academic subjects but emotional resilience, where grief was acknowledged as a natural response to love rather than a weakness to be overcome, where young hearts could heal while young minds expanded. Charles's death had given her a terrible education in loss. She could use that education to spare others some of the confusion and isolation she had endured. Dr. Blackwood stared at his sister's botanical journal, its pages still open to the watercolour sketch of the conservatory in its ideal form. Helena's vision of what the space could become, not just restored, but transformed into something magnificent, sparked an answering vision in his own practical mind. He was a physician, trained to heal individual bodies, but perhaps there were other forms of healing that required different tools, different approaches. A therapeutic garden, he said slowly, the concept forming as he spoke. Not just a place of beauty, though it would be that, but a place of healing. Plants and flowers and growing things for people who are recovering from illness, from loss, from the wounds that medicine alone cannot address. Helena always said that gardens were prayers made visible. What if we created a space where healing itself could be seen? Where people could watch life returning to what seemed dead? Where hope could take root in soil and sunshine? The scientific part of his mind immediately began cataloguing the benefits. Fresh air for consumptive patients, gentle exercise for those recovering from surgery, the psychological uplift that came from nurturing growing things, the simple miracle of seeds becoming flowers, becoming new seeds in an endless cycle of renewal. But the deeper part of his heart understood that Helena's gift was not just horticultural but spiritual, a way of participating in creation's ongoing work of bringing beauty from darkness, life from apparent death. The Reverend Hartwell felt his mother's presence like a warm embrace that somehow made the leather of his Bible feel more supple under his fingers, its familiar words suddenly pregnant with new meanings. Her message about faith as a journey rather than a destination resonated through every fibre of his being, offering resolution to doubts that had tormented him for months. Truth was indeed like a garden where many different flowers could bloom side by side, each beautiful in its own way, each necessary to the whole. I have been trying to build walls when I should have been opening doors, he realized aloud, his voice filled with the relief that comes from finally understanding a puzzle that has long defied solution. I thought faith meant having all the answers, but perhaps it means being brave enough to live with the questions, to trust that there are mysteries too large for human understanding, but not too large for human love to embrace. His future sermons would be different now, less concerned with doctrinal certainty, and more focused on the lived experience of seeking the divine in unexpected places. He would speak about the God who could be found in séances as well as sanctuaries, in the laboratory as well as the cathedral, in the loving connections between souls that transcended every boundary that human theology might attempt to impose. Mrs. Florence Nightingale cradled her daughter's opened locket, the curl of auburn hair within, catching the candlelight like spun copper. Emma's message, that her brief life had been multiplied through her mother's work with the bereaved, transformed years of professional dedication from a desperate attempt to heal her own wounds into something sacred, something that honoured rather than mourned what had been lost. "Every mother I have comforted," she whispered, her voice filled with dawning wonder. "Every father I have counselled, every family I have helped navigate the first terrible days after loss. Emma was there, her love flowing through my hands, her joy lighting the way for other children to be remembered and celebrated rather than simply mourned." The realization was both humbling and empowering. Her work had not been a compensation for loss, but an expression of love that transcended the boundaries of individual grief. Through her ministry to the bereaved, Emma's life had touched hundreds of other lives, had eased countless hours of sorrow, and had lit candles of hope in hearts that had nearly surrendered to despair. Death had not diminished her daughter, but had given her love new forms of expression, new ways of nurturing and healing and bringing light to dark places. As each person around the table processed their personal revelations, the library itself seemed to settle back into its ordinary dimensions, though something fundamental had changed in the quality of the space. The shadows no longer held the suggestion of unseen presences, but they retained a warmth, a sense of benevolent watchfulness that would linger long after the last candle was extinguished. The books on their shelves seemed somehow more significant, as if the knowledge they contained had been validated by contact with wisdom that came from beyond the reach of earthly scholarship. Madame Thorne began the process of formally closing the séance, moving around the table with practiced efficiency to gather the tools of her trade. The silver bell was wrapped carefully in black silk and returned to her leather satchel, though its pure tone seemed to echo in the air long after it had been safely stowed away. The crystal sphere was lifted with reverent care, its ordinary translucence now somehow more precious because of the visions it had contained. "We must thank the spirits who honoured us with their presence," she explained as she worked, her voice carrying the instructional tone of someone passing down important knowledge. Gratitude opens the channels for future communication, while taking such gifts for granted tends to close them. The departed give us their time and energy freely, motivated by love rather than obligation, and our appreciation helps maintain the delicate balance that makes such contact possible. Each participant spoke their thanks aloud, their voices blending into a chorus of gratitude that seemed to resonate through the manor's ancient stones. Lord Pemberton thanked his beloved Constance for her guidance about the roses, for helping him understand that love was preserved through tending rather than avoiding what reminded him of loss. Mrs. Ashworth expressed her overwhelming relief to William for his forgiveness, for helping her see that her love had given him strength rather than robbing him of opportunity. Miss Fairfax whispered her appreciation to Charles for showing her how their love could continue to create beauty in the world through her work with grieving children. Dr. Blackwood thanked Helena for her vision of healing gardens, for helping him understand that medicine could encompass more than the treatment of physical ailments. The Reverend Hartwell expressed gratitude to his mother for expanding his understanding of faith, for showing him that truth was large enough to contain apparent contradictions. Mrs. Florence Nightingale thanked Emma for revealing how love multiplies rather than diminishes when it is shared, for showing her that grief transformed into service becomes a form of prayer. Young Timothy, his voice cracking with emotion, thanked William for helping him see survival as purpose rather than accident, for pointing him toward a future where his brother's ideals could continue to make a difference in the world. As the formal expressions of gratitude concluded, the candles around the room began to burn lower. their flames settling into more ordinary patterns that no longer suggested the presence of invisible watchers. Yet the warmth that had filled the space during the séance did not entirely dissipate. It seemed to soak into the very walls, becoming part of the manor's permanent atmosphere, another layer in the accumulated love that had made such communication possible. The personal objects that had served as focal points for the evening's communications were returned to their owners, but each now carried additional weight beyond their material substance. Lord Pemberton folded his wife's handkerchief with extra care, understanding that it was no longer merely a keepsake, but a tangible link to an ongoing relationship that death had transformed but not ended. Mrs. Ashworth placed her son's daguerreotype in a place of honour within her reticule, knowing that William's image would now remind her not of loss, but of continuation, not of ending, but of love finding new forms of expression. The photograph would travel with her as she began the work of establishing memorial funds for other soldiers, other young men whose sacrifice deserved to be remembered and honoured through practical service to those they had left behind. Miss Fairfax wound Charles's pocket watch carefully, listening to its renewed ticking as a promise that time had not stopped with his death, but had simply taken on new meaning. She would carry the watch as she began the work of establishing her school for bereaved children, letting its steady rhythm remind her that healing, like time, moved forward through the accumulation of small, patient steps. Dr. Blackwood closed his sister's botanical journal gently, but not before carefully studying her sketch of the ideal conservatory one more time. Helena's vision would become his blueprint. Her understanding of plants as prayers made visible would guide his creation of therapeutic gardens where healing could take root in soil and sunshine, where the miracle of growth could offer hope to those who had forgotten that recovery was possible. The Reverend Hartwell placed his mother's silver cross in his vest pocket, positioning it close to his heart where its familiar weight would remind him that faith was indeed a journey rather than a destination, a relationship rather than a set of propositions to be defended. His future sermons would reflect this expanded understanding, offering his congregation permission to find the divine in unexpected places, to trust that love was large enough to embrace mysteries that human theology could not fully map. Mrs. Florence Nightingale closed her daughter's locket with a soft click that seemed to seal not just the physical container, but a new understanding of her life's work. Emma's message had transformed her ministry to the bereaved from desperate compensation into sacred service, from personal healing into a form of prayer that honoured the dead by caring for the living. Young Timothy slipped his brother's military button into his pocket, feeling its warmth against his fingers like a promise of purpose yet to be fulfilled. William's guidance had pointed him toward a future where courage would be expressed not through warfare but through education, where battles would be fought not with weapons but with knowledge, where victory would be measured not in territory conquered, but in minds opened and hearts expanded. As the participants prepared to take their leave of Blackwood Manor and return to their ordinary lives, each understood that ordinary would never again mean the same thing. They had touched the eternal and been touched by it in return, had discovered that the universe was far more mysterious and beautiful and loving than they had dared to hope. The séance had not solved all their problems or answered all their questions, but it had given them something far more valuable, the absolute certainty that love was indeed the strongest force in creation, capable of transcending every boundary that mortality could impose. Outside the library windows, the first pale hints of dawn were beginning to touch the eastern sky, though the mist still clung to the manor's grounds like a lover reluctant to depart. The transition from night to day seemed symbolic of the transformation each person had undergone. Not a dramatic change from darkness to light, but a gradual awakening to possibilities that had always existed but had never before been recognised. Madame Thorne was the last to gather her belongings, moving with the unhurried grace of someone who understood that some experiences could not be rushed, that the full impact of what had occurred would continue to unfold in the days and weeks to come. The séance was formally concluded, but its effects would ripple outward through time like stones dropped in still water, creating circles of influence that would touch lives not yet imagined. "Before you go," she said, as the others prepared to depart, her voice carrying the gentle authority of someone offering a final gift. I want you to understand that what happened here tonight was not an ending, but a beginning. The connections you have re-established with your loved ones do not depend on my presence, or on this particular place, or on any external circumstances. Love creates its own channels of communication, its own opportunities for contact. You need only listen with the same openness you brought to this gathering, trust with the same faith you demonstrated by coming here at all. She paused, her pale eyes reflecting depths that seemed to extend far beyond the physical boundaries of the room. Your departed loved ones have not gone anywhere. They have simply changed form, like water becoming vapour, like caterpillars becoming butterflies, like seeds becoming flowers. The essence remains, only the expression alters. Death is not separation but transformation, not ending but beginning, not silence but a different kind of song. Lord Pemberton was the first to take formal leave, bowing with the courtly grace that had served him well in diplomatic circles. But his departure was not the crisp efficiency of a man eager to escape uncomfortable circumstances. It was the reluctant withdrawal of someone who had found exactly what he had not dared to hope he was seeking. "Madame Thorne," he said, his voice carrying the measured tones of someone who chose words carefully. "I came here tonight as a man adrift, seeking answers to questions I was not even certain how to ask. I leave as someone who understands that the questions themselves were based on false premises. Love does not end. It simply finds new forms of expression. My dear Constance has not left me. She has simply learned to speak in the language of roses and morning mist, of garden paths and evening stars." He paused at the library door, turning back for one final look at the table where so much had been revealed, so much had been healed. "I shall return to our country estate in the spring and uncover the rose garden, as she requested, but I shall tend it not as a monument to the dead, but as a celebration of love that refuses to be constrained by something as temporary as death. Every bloom will be a prayer, every fragrance a message, every season of renewal a testament to the truth we have discovered tonight." Mrs. Ashworth departed with her son Timothy, their relationship subtly but fundamentally altered by what they had shared. The guilt that had poisoned their interaction since William's death, her guilt at letting him go, his guilt at surviving, had been dissolved by contact with William himself, by his clear message that love required not protection, but trust, not safety, but faith in purposes larger than personal desire. "We will establish a school," she said as they paused in the manor's entrance hall, her voice carrying new strength and purpose. "Timothy will teach the children of the poor, and I will ensure that such education is available to any child who desires it, regardless of their family's circumstances. William died fighting for principles he believed in. We will live fighting for the same principles, using knowledge as our weapon, and compassion as our ammunition." Timothy nodded, feeling for the first time since his brother's death that he had a path forward, a way of honouring William's sacrifice that involved creation rather than destruction, growth rather than conquest. "He showed me that there are many forms of courage," he said, his young voice carrying new maturity. "The courage to face bullets is only one kind. There is also the courage to face ignorance, to stand before a classroom of children who have been told they are worthless and convince them that knowledge can set them free." Miss Fairfax took her leave with plans already forming in her mind, Charles's vision of a school for bereaved children taking concrete shape as she considered practical matters of funding and location and curriculum. Her grief had been transformed from a weight that dragged her down into a force that could lift others up, from a wound that festered in isolation into a source of healing that could touch many lives. "I shall call it the Fairfax Academy for Young Hearts," she announced, her voice carrying the determination of someone who had found her life's purpose. "It will be a place where children who have experienced loss can learn not just academic subjects, but emotional resilience, where grief is acknowledged as a natural response to love rather than a weakness to be overcome. Charles will be with me as I build it, his love flowing through my hands as I reach out to comfort other hearts that have been broken by loss." Dr. Blackwood departed with Helena's botanical journal tucked carefully under his arm, his mind already racing with plans for the therapeutic gardens that would honour his sister's vision while serving the healing needs of his patients. The integration of medicine and horticulture, of physical treatment and spiritual renewal, represented exactly the kind of innovation that the rapidly changing world required. "I will begin with a small conservatory attached to the local hospital," he explained to the others as they gathered their coats and wraps. "A place where patients recovering from surgery can sit among growing things, where consumptives can breathe air sweetened by flowers, where those suffering from melancholia can remember that beauty and growth are possible even in the darkest seasons." Helena understood that healing encompasses more than the treatment of symptoms. It involves the restoration of hope itself. The Reverend Hartwell took his leave with his Bible tucked under one arm, but his understanding of its contents fundamentally expanded. His mother's message about faith as a journey rather than a destination had resolved doubts that had tormented him for months, had given him permission to embrace mystery rather than demanding certainty, to trust in love rather than insisting on complete comprehension. "My sermons will be different now," he confided to Madame Thorne as he prepared to depart. "Less concerned with defending doctrine, and more focused on celebrating the vast mystery of divine love, less about providing answers, and more about encouraging the congregation to trust that some questions are too beautiful for human understanding to contain. God is large enough to be found in seances as well as sanctuaries, in laboratories as well as cathedrals, in any place where love seeks to bridge the gaps that existence creates." Mrs. Florence Nightingale departed with Emma's locket clasped tightly in her hand, and a new understanding of her life's work burning brightly in her heart. Her daughter's message had transformed years of professional dedication from a desperate attempt to heal her own wounds into something sacred, something that honoured the dead by serving the living with renewed purpose and clarity. "Every mother I counsel, every father I comfort, every family I help navigate the early days of grief. Emma will be there," she said, her voice filled with quiet wonder. "Her love will flow through my hands. Her joy will light the way for other children to be remembered and celebrated rather than simply mourned. Death has not diminished her. It has given her new ways of expressing the love that was always her greatest gift." As the last of the participants departed into the pale light of early dawn, Madame Thorne stood alone in the library, surveying the space that had witnessed such profound transformation. The table bore no physical evidence of what had occurred, no scorch marks from supernatural fire, no mysterious inscriptions written by invisible hands, no objects rearranged by ghostly intervention. Yet the atmosphere itself had been permanently altered, charged with the kind of love that leaves invisible but indelible marks on the places it touches. She extinguished the remaining candles one by one, watching their flames surrender to the growing daylight that streamed through the library windows. Outside, the mist was finally beginning to lift from the manor's grounds, revealing the familiar landscape of English countryside that somehow looked more beautiful, more significant than it had the night before. The séance at Blackwood Manor was concluded, but its effects would continue to ripple outward through time and space, touching lives not yet imagined, creating connections that would endure long after the participants themselves had crossed the threshold between worlds. Love had once again proved itself stronger than death, more persistent than sorrow, more creative than any force that sought to diminish or destroy it. As Madame Thorne gathered her belongings and prepared to take her own leave of the ancient manor, she offered a final prayer of gratitude to the spirits who had honoured them with their presence, to the love that had made such communication possible, and to the mystery that surrounded all existence like a vast, benevolent embrace. The morning sun climbed higher in the sky, painting the world in shades of gold and rose that seemed to echo the warmth that had filled the library during the long night's vigil. Somewhere in the distance, church bells began to chime the hour, their bronze voices carrying across the countryside like a benediction, like a promise that new beginnings were always possible for those brave enough to seek them. The séance was ended, but love, eternal, indestructible love, continued its endless work of connection and creation, healing and hope, reminding anyone who cared to listen that death was not a wall but a doorway, Not an ending, but a transformation. Not silence, but a different kind of song that would echo through eternity itself. And so, dear listeners, as the morning light finally conquers the gentle darkness that has carried us through this tale, we too must prepare for our own transition, from story back to rest, from the Victorian halls of Blackwood Manor back to your own peaceful spaces where sleep awaits. If this midnight séance has touched your heart, if these whispered conversations between worlds have eased your own spirit toward the gentle surrender that sleep requires, then perhaps you too have felt the truth that our Victorian friends discovered, that love is indeed stronger than any boundary existence can create, that connection persists beyond every separation, that peace comes not from avoiding mystery, but from trusting in the vast benevolence that surrounds all life. Let the warmth that filled Blackwood Manor's library fill your own heart now as you settle into whatever dreams await you. Let the certainty that comforted Lord Pemberton and Mrs. Ashworth, Miss Fairfax and Dr. Blackwood, the Reverend Hartwell and Mrs. Nightingale and young Timothy, let that same certainty carry you softly into the restful darkness where all souls find renewal. Sleep well, knowing that love creates its own forms of communication, its own opportunities for connection, its own bridges across any gap that might seem to separate us from all that we hold dear. The séance at Blackwood Manor has ended, but the truth it revealed continues forever, that love is eternal, that peace is possible, and that every ending is simply another form of beginning. Before you drift into those gentle dreams, dear listeners, take a moment to share which story you'd like me to whisper into existence next. Shall we visit ancient Egypt where moonlight reveals secrets carved in stone? Perhaps a medieval monastery where illuminated manuscripts hold keys to forgotten wisdom? Or would you prefer a journey to the American frontier, where pioneers gather around campfires to share tales of wonder beneath star-drunk skies? But let us linger a moment longer in this gentle space between night and day, between story and slumber, between the mystical experience of Blackwood Manor and the quiet return to your own peaceful sanctuary. For in this liminal time, when consciousness softly blurs at the edges, and the boundaries between waking and sleeping grow as permeable as the veil between worlds, there are still whispers to be heard, still gentle truths to unfold like flower petals kissed by morning dew. The manor itself seemed reluctant to release the profound peace that had settled within its ancient walls during the long night's vigil. As the last participant departed, and Madame Thorne finally closed the library door behind her, the building exhaled a soft sigh of satisfaction, like a grandmother who has successfully gathered her scattered children around the hearth for one perfect evening of storytelling and connection. The stones of Blackwood Manor had absorbed more than just the words spoken during the séance. They had captured the essence of transformation itself, the alchemy that occurs when grief encounters love, when separation meets connection, when the impossible reveals itself to be not only possible but inevitable. Every brick, every timber, every pane of glass now carried within its molecular structure the memory of miracles made manifest through the simple willingness to believe that love transcends every boundary that mortality might attempt to impose. In the weeks that followed that October night, the changes promised during the séance began to unfold like time-lapse footage of seeds becoming flowers, each participant discovering that the visions shared by their departed loved ones were not mere fantasy but blueprint, not wishful thinking, but practical guidance for lives that could be rebuilt on foundations stronger than loss, more enduring than sorrow. Lord Pemberton returned to his country estate on the first warm day of April, when the earth was soft with spring rain, and the air carried promises of renewal that made even sceptical hearts dare to hope. He found his gardeners waiting with barely concealed excitement, for word had somehow spread that the master intended to restore Lady Constance's beloved rose garden, and the staff who had loved her almost as much as he did were eager to participate in bringing her vision back to glorious life. As they pulled away the protective straw that had covered the dormant plants through the long winter, Lord Pemberton was amazed to discover that many of the roses had not only survived but thrived during their period of apparent abandonment. The roots had grown deeper, the canes stronger, as if Constance's love had somehow nourished them through seasons of neglect. When the first buds began to swell and the familiar fragrances started to perfume the evening air, he found himself speaking aloud to the garden, sharing his days and his thoughts as naturally as if his wife were walking beside him along the gravel paths they had planned together. The restoration became a pilgrimage destination of sorts, not officially, but through the mysterious networks by which news of beauty and healing spreads from heart to heart. Visitors would arrive claiming to have heard about the remarkable roses, but they invariably lingered longest in the quiet corners where marble benches offered opportunities for contemplation, where the interplay of colour and fragrance created atmospheres conducive to the kind of deep peace that busy minds rarely experienced. Many reported sensing a presence in the garden, a feeling of being watched over with infinite benevolence, as if love itself had taken up residence among the climbing vines and hybrid teas. Mrs. Ashworth and Timothy established their first school in the autumn following the séance, choosing an abandoned factory building in one of London's most impoverished districts. The contrast between the grimy industrial architecture and the bright hope that filled the converted classrooms seemed to embody exactly the kind of transformation that William's spirit had envisioned. Beauty and knowledge taking root in places where despair had previously flourished unchallenged. Timothy proved to be a natural teacher, possessing that rare combination of academic knowledge and emotional intuition that allowed him to reach children whom traditional education had failed to serve. He understood from personal experience what it meant to feel powerless in the face of forces larger than oneself, and this understanding translated into a teaching style that emphasized empowerment rather than mere information transfer. His students learned reading and arithmetic, certainly, but they also learned that knowledge was power, that education was rebellion against circumstances that sought to limit their possibilities, that every book mastered was a step toward freedom. The school's reputation spread through the neighbourhood like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. Parents who had never imagined that education was meant for children like theirs began appearing at the door, tentatively at first, then with growing confidence as they witnessed the transformation occurring in students who had previously been written off as hopeless cases. Mrs. Ashworth handled the administrative aspects with the efficiency of someone who had learned to channel maternal energy into institutional change, securing funding from philanthropic sources and government programs that had never before been convinced to support such unconventional educational experiments. What made their school truly unique was not just its focus on the poor, but its recognition that many of these children carried wounds that traditional pedagogy was not equipped to address. Students who had lost parents to industrial accidents or disease, who had watched siblings succumb to the harsh realities of urban poverty, who had learned to expect abandonment as the natural order of things, these children needed more than academic instruction. They needed to understand that loss did not disqualify them from love, that survival was not something to feel guilty about, that the dead could continue to inspire the living through memory and dedication to the ideals that had given their lives meaning. Miss Fairfax's Academy for Young Hearts opened its doors the following spring in a converted mansion, whose previous owner had lost it to gambling debts, as if the universe had conspired to provide exactly the right space for her vision of education that healed hearts while expanding minds. The building's grand rooms were perfectly suited for creating the kind of intimate learning environments where bereaved children could feel safe enough to be vulnerable, comfortable enough to grow. Her approach to curriculum was revolutionary for its time, integrating traditional academic subjects with what would later be called emotional intelligence, the understanding that feelings were not obstacles to learning but essential components of it. Students studied literature that dealt honestly with loss and recovery, wrote essays about their own experiences of grief and healing, engaged in mathematical problems that used examples drawn from memorial construction or fund allocation for charitable causes dedicated to honouring the deceased. The Academy's most innovative feature was its memorial garden, where each student planted a tree or flowering shrub in honour of the person they had lost. Over the years, this garden would become a living testimony to love's persistence, a place where beauty grew from sorrow, where life emerged from loss, where children could witness daily proof that death was not the end of a relationship, but a transformation of it. Many graduates would return years later to visit their memorial plantings, bringing their own children to see how loss could be transformed into legacy, how grief could become a source of strength rather than weakness. Dr. Blackwood's therapeutic gardens began modestly with a single conservatory attached to the local hospital, but their success in promoting healing led to rapid expansion and replication throughout England and eventually across Europe. Helena's vision of plants as prayers made visible proved to have profound practical applications in medical treatment, as patients recovering from surgery healed faster when surrounded by growing things. Consumptives breathed easier in air sweetened by flowering vines, and those suffering from melancholia found their spirits lifting in response to the simple miracle of seeds becoming flowers. The gardens became pilgrimage destinations for physicians seeking to understand the connections between physical and spiritual health, between environmental beauty and therapeutic outcome. Dr. Blackwood published extensively on his observations, establishing the scientific foundation for what would eventually be recognized as horticultural therapy. But beyond the medical applications, his gardens served a deeper purpose. They created spaces where people could remember that healing was always possible, that growth could emerge from apparent death, that beauty and hope were humanity's birthright rather than rare privileges reserved for the fortunate few. Each garden included a special section dedicated to plants that had been associated with the departed, roses for those who had loved them, herbs for those who had cooked with them, flowering vines for those who had tended arbours and pergolas. Visitors would often report sensing the presence of deceased loved ones in these memorial plantings, as if the spirits had indeed found new forms of expression through the living beauty that grew in their honour. The Reverend Hartwell's expanded understanding of faith transformed not only his own ministry, but influenced a generation of clergy who had been struggling to reconcile traditional theology with the rapid changes of the modern world. His sermons became famous throughout the district for their unique blend of doctrinal grounding and mystical openness, their willingness to embrace mystery rather than demanding certainty, their emphasis on love as the fundamental force that connected all existence. He established what he called circles of seeking, gatherings where parishioners could explore questions that traditional church services rarely addressed. What happened to consciousness after death? Could prayer reach across the boundary between worlds? Did divine love express itself through channels that human theology had not yet learned to recognize? These discussions drew participants from far beyond his own congregation, including scientists and spiritualists, philosophers and farmers, anyone whose heart had been touched by experiences that defied easy categorization. The Reverend's mother had been right. Faith was indeed a journey rather than a destination, a relationship rather than a set of propositions to be defended. This understanding allowed him to minister to people whose spiritual needs were not met by conventional religious approaches, to offer comfort to those who found God in nature rather than sanctuaries, in scientific discoveries rather than ancient texts, in the mysterious connections between souls that transcended every boundary that human theology might attempt to impose. Mrs. Florence Nightingale's work with the bereaved took on new dimensions as she began to understand her calling, not as compensation for loss, but as a form of sacred service that honoured the dead by caring for the living. Her approach to grief counselling was revolutionised by Emma's message that love multiplied rather than diminished when it was shared, that her daughter's brief life had been amplified through every act of comfort and healing that followed. She established training programs for other counsellors, teaching them to recognise grief not as a problem to be solved, but as a natural response to love that required support rather than cure, guidance rather than treatment, companionship rather than advice. Her methods emphasised the importance of allowing bereaved individuals to maintain connection with their deceased loved ones, to understand that healing did not require severing bonds, but learning to express them in new ways. The ripple effects of her work extended far beyond individual counselling sessions. Families learned to navigate loss without losing each other. Communities developed support networks that strengthened rather than replaced individual grieving processes. and society began to recognise that death was not a failure to be hidden, but a natural transition that required public acknowledgement and communal support. As the months turned to years, and the participants in that October night's séance continued to build lives based on the revelations they had received, Blackwood Manor itself became a symbol of transformation's possibility. Madame Thorne returned each October to conduct memorial séances for those who had been touched by the original gathering, but these subsequent events were different in character, less about desperate seeking, and more about grateful communion, less about bridging gaps, and more about celebrating connections that had already been established. The Manor's library was eventually converted into a permanent shrine to the power of love over loss, with displays documenting the achievements of all who had been influenced by that night's revelations. Visitors would read about Lord Pemberton's rose gardens and their healing influence on all who encountered them, about the schools that had grown from Mrs. Ashworth and Timothy's commitment to education as a force for social justice, about Miss Fairfax's academy and its innovative approach to helping children process grief while pursuing academic excellence. They would learn about Dr. Blackwood's therapeutic gardens and their role in revolutionising medical understanding of the connections between physical and spiritual health, about the Reverend Hartwell's influence on progressive theology and his expansion of religious thinking to encompass mystical experiences, about Mrs. Florence Nightingale's transformation of grief counselling from a medical intervention into a form of spiritual ministry. Each display included photographs and letters from individuals whose lives had been touched by these various initiatives, patients who had healed faster in Helena's memorial gardens, students who had overcome poverty through the education they received at Williams schools, children who had learned to transform grief into strength at Charles's academy, families who had found peace through the Reverend's expanded understanding of divine love, bereaved parents who had discovered new purpose through Mrs. Nightingale's compassionate guidance. But perhaps the most powerful testament to that October night's significance was not found in any formal display, but in the atmosphere of the manor itself, in the sense of peace that filled its halls, in the feeling that love had indeed proved stronger than death, more persistent than sorrow, more creative than any force that sought to diminish or destroy it. Visitors often reported experiencing their own moments of communion with departed loved ones while walking through the building's ancient corridors, as if the very walls had learned to facilitate connection between worlds, as if the séance that had begun on one October night had never really ended, but had simply expanded to encompass all who approached with open hearts and genuine need. The crystal sphere that had served as a focal point for the original séance was eventually donated to the Manor's permanent collection, where it continued to pulse with inner light that seemed to come from sources beyond its physical structure. Children would press their faces against the display case, claiming to see faces in its depths, grandparents who had passed before they were born, siblings who had been lost to illness, pets who had been beloved companions. Adults would linger before the sphere for long minutes, tears streaming down their faces as they felt the presence of loves they had thought lost forever. And in the garden outside the library windows, where the mist had once clung like a lover's embrace, flowers bloomed in patterns that seemed too perfect to be accidental, too meaningful to be mere coincidence. Roses climbed toward windows where séances had been conducted, lavender-bordered paths where grieving hearts had found peace, and healing herbs flourished in soil that had been watered by tears of joy rather than sorrow. The story of that October night at Blackwood Manor became legend, passed down through generations of families who had been touched by its influence, preserved in journals and letters that documented love's persistence, remembered in prayers and meditations that celebrated connection's triumph over separation. But more than legend, it became proof, tangible, undeniable proof that the universe was far more mysterious and beautiful and loving than skeptical minds dared to believe, that death was indeed not a wall but a doorway, not an ending but a transformation, not silence but a different kind of song that would echo through eternity itself. As you settle now into your own peaceful rest, dear listener, carry with you the same certainty that comforted our Victorian friends on that long ago October night. Love creates its own forms of communication. its own opportunities for connection, its own bridges across any gap that might seem to separate us from all that we hold dear. The séance at Blackwood Manor revealed a truth that applies not just to dramatic spiritual encounters, but to every quiet moment when we remember those we have loved and lost. They are not gone but transformed, not absent but present in new ways, not silenced but speaking in the language of memory and dream, of sudden sense and unexpected songs, of all the small miracles that remind us that love is indeed eternal. Let that truth carry you gently into sleep now, wrapping around you like the morning mist that once embraced Blackwood Manor, filling your dreams with the same peace that filled its ancient halls when 7 souls discovered that love was stronger than death, more persistent than sorrow, and more creative than any force that existence could devise to challenge its eternal reign. Sleep well, knowing that every ending is a beginning, every loss a transformation, every goodbye a deeper hello to the eternal love that connects all souls across every boundary that time and space might seem to create. The séance at Blackwood Manor has ended, but love, infinite, indestructible, eternal love, continues its endless work of connection and healing, of comfort and hope, of reminding every heart that listens that we are never truly alone, never truly separated, never truly lost as long as love remains to bridge the gaps that existence creates. Sweet dreams, dear listeners, sweet dreams, and may your rest be filled with the peace that comes from knowing that love never ends, only changes form, like moonlight becoming starlight, like autumn becoming spring, like every ending that reveals itself to be another beginning in the endless dance of connection that binds all souls together in one vast, beautiful, eternal embrace. That's the end of our story for tonight. Are you resting under Tokyo's neon shimmer, wrapped in the foggy hush of San Francisco, or lying beneath the starlit skies of Cape Town? If this tale brought you peace, tap like and subscribe so we can meet again next nightfall. Let the hush of the world cradle you. Let your dreams carry you far. Sleep softly now, no matter where you are on this beautiful turning earth.